Hey everyone, this is Louis7, and today I am streaming The Lord of the Rings online. Have a bit going on, but to be honest, this stream is a little bit late, and I know that's actually pretty usual, but my character stopped moving, by the way. There is a chance I disconnected or I'm lagging out. But I was not really taking a nap, but before the stream I was sitting in my chair and I realized I guess I was kind of tired, and I don't really take naps, but it brought up an interesting thought to me that I figured I could share. I actually find daydreaming and doing nothing to sometimes actually be oddly, oh there we go, we're moving again, but to be oddly productive. And I am logged into Warden, but I don't plan to play him for the portion of the stream. We're actually going to be, I think, doing largely endgame content, including the Hiddenhoard of Abnankara, which I have not actually run yet. So if I remember, I'll talk about endgame after the Warden topic. And the reason I logged into him, besides just having a little bit of time before we actually have the raid scheduled, is I was thinking with the upcoming captain series that I will have, the plan is to have this character be like a hardcore LOTRO, where if the character dies, he's deleted, and so on. So it just adds something interesting to leveling a new character and testing out the captain revamp, which would be relatively different for me. But I was planning on doing this series with that character. Like every sort of milestone, I would almost do a story type video where I talk about the experience on him. And then I was thinking before the stream, and why I'm late with the stream, not just because I was thinking this, but during that time I was thinking about, what about my Warden character? So yeah, he's been playing almost 24 hours, and I think doing a 24 hours story of the Warden experience, leveling in LOTRO without gear for 24 hours, could be an interesting video. And I think doing it with the Warden will actually be a great pilot for what I'm hoping will become a relatively regular series on my channel with the hardcore captain. So I don't know too much the point of this, but thought I would share that because that is what was going on right before the stream, and why I was late, because I was just sitting in my chair daydreaming because I was apparently more tired than I thought I was. And Aldred, to get to you in chat, that somewhat answers the question. I am not as tired anymore now that I have started the stream, but yeah, excited actually for today and what we have going on. And also wanted to say hello to Mega Loveman. Okay, so yeah, that was pretty much it with Warden. He's just near the 24-hour mark, so I thought that was kind of interesting. I logged into him pretty much just to check how long I have played him. Now, I might do a mission on him before I get to my high-level Warden, who is what we will be going through the Hiddenhoard with. Assuming we actually have enough people. That is actually one slight concern right now, is we don't have many people signed up for this event with the kin. So we could run short-staffed. I know sometimes we like to pug and sometimes we don't. Typically I kind of like to keep events in the kin like this, even if it does mean we end up short-staffed, but we'll see what we're ultimately going to do. And hello Sanded Snow and David Moore. Let's see. Yes, I figured I could just run, missions. That is something useful I can do on Warden as we build him up towards Misty Mountains and eventually Goblin Town. But I also thought that I could actually turn my speakers on where I can hear and make sure my audio is working. Okay, definitely working. I heard the dog bark. My cat seems disinterested. See, the cat, she's not even interested in The Lord of the Rings. Not interested in this dog right here. Not interested in Warden. Actually, this is Warden's pet. I forgot. Can't let him use the German Shepherd. We need to just take that off the bar for safety. He has I forget exactly where I got this from, but I have the Black Mastiff, and it seemed like the perfect pet for this character. And I honestly kind of forgot about that. I think I got it on another character and had to send it to Warden. Oh, it was limited availability for Figments of Splendor. Interesting. Maybe I spent my Figments of Splendor on it then. I think I was at the cat for figments, and maybe that was like the most appealing thing to purchase. But anyway, let's see, this cat got me all distracted. Yeah, so for endgame content in LOTRO, I generally like playing through endgame content. When Gundabad came out, did the leveling experience, played the endgame content, which at the time, this is where we start running into an issue. At the time, the endgame content was landscape, and then a week later, we did get the 2 3-mans, which was, I mean, that was better than having no instances. This cat. It is so hard for me to, like, have a complete sentence completely uninterrupted with this cat here, and trying to play the game at the same time. It takes me forever to say anything when I stream like this. But yeah, with the end game content in Gundabad, there was very little to start in. It was very repetitive. So by the time the 6-man instance came out, I kind of got burnt out. And then by the time the raid came out, I was mostly playing on a Nor at that point. And that means I wasn't really playing any Gundabad content, and honestly didn't have too much interest in doing the 6-man. But eventually I did run the 6-man with my kin. That was after we transferred, after Nor shut down, and we transferred to, well, what server are we on? Landreval from Nor. She doesn't seem happy. So yeah, ran the 3-mans, didn't run the 6-man until much later. I have no idea where I was going with this story anymore. The whole point was to share why I haven't done too much end-game content in LOTRO. I was going to lead into why I haven't done the raid more specifically. And I know I talked about, it might have been in my return stream for this year, I know I talked about not just being as interested in raids in general, which is still true. Like, just the past couple of years haven't really been too interested in raids specifically. Now, smaller group size content still holds interest to me, doing even things like duo delvings, missions, etc. Those have been good. Of course, the leveling and landscape content, that's kind of the bulk of what there is in LOTRO, but with raids, and to an extent, even 6-mans, 3-mans, they get really repetitive fast. And I have found myself not really wanting to spend my time just grinding and repeating content. So I think every once in a while doing endgame content can be, like, it can be enjoyable. But the problem is, to really get up to what I would be interested in actually is running high difficulty endgame content. The problem is to get to that, you have to do a lot of grinding in this game. It's not necessarily unique to LOTRO. I think it's pretty much how the MMO genre runs. But I, to an extent, don't really have much interest in doing all the grinding. Also, to an extent, don't really have time for it. And also, from the perspective of creating videos, doing live streams and the such, having the same thing over and over again, I have found that viewers tend to not necessarily be as interested in that. So if I noticed this way back in the day, but this was like, not way back, but when I was doing Gondor on my Warden on an ore, what was that, like 2021 times? I think it could have been around spring 2021. I also need my standing mat. There we go. It slightly cushions the floor for me. And hello to Alaska B. Yes, I do not have much lag, which is pretty nice. LOTRO still isn't the smoothest game, but it's smooth enough for me. Let's see, where was I going? Oh yeah, so with Gondor, I noticed if I did 3 streams. It was like very specifically, if I did 3 streams in a row of not even the exact same thing, but somewhat similar things. So if I play the same character or did endgame content or even just did the same leveling content series, 3 streams in a row, typically the third one would suddenly just perform way worse. And it did seem to be even worse with endgame content than doing whatever sort of other non-endgame content there is. So that is, yeah, just something I noticed, and perhaps another reason I don't quite do endgame content quite as much as I have in the past. That's how I'd really describe it. Not necessarily as much as I would want to, because I do basically as much as I want to. But yeah, compared to my, I would almost describe an older perspective on playing MMOs and more what I have grown up with and what I've been used to is doing a lot more endgame content than I have done the past year or two. I have found I prefer generally to do less, and this especially becomes true with raiding. There's just, I think there is still some excitement to me for raiding, at least experience a raid once. Maybe even twice. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily be bad. But doing a raid, even weekly, I don't know. It's just not been the most appealing to me lately. I also think, as far as my kin goes, it's been a little bit hard to get that many people together in an evening. Sometimes we've had those numbers even when we have done other content, but as I mentioned today, we don't quite have the numbers signed up for a full raid. I don't know what the exact turnout will be, but we'll find that out shortly. So that, I think, has been at least a part of the, if you want to call it issue, more so like reason. I haven't run Hiddenhoard. Oh, this has been so rambly. I did very little planning of this commentary. I just knew that I wanted to talk about why I haven't basically done the Hiddenhoard yet and the circumstances that have led to that, but I don't know. That's sort of the gist of it, I guess. Hopefully it makes sense. Usually with streams, I kind of just like let things go how they go, but something I have considered is actually, if I want to talk about a topic like that, actually making some sort of talking points so it doesn't turn into a completely messy ramble. That's why I have to not always 100% script my videos, but I pretty much do write a lot of my commentary videos. Otherwise they turn into like what just happened the past 10-15 minutes. But yeah, it looks like we have okay. So I will need discovery on my Warden for Hiddenhoard, I believe. And let's see, maybe we could do another mission or two. I just have to potentially travel. How about Andrath? I just know that place has missions, and we still really have 10 minutes until the event's actually scheduled. So if they are ready to summon me, then I'll be happy to switch over, but figured I'd stick on Warden while I can. That was not the plan, though. I was actually planning on switching to the other Warden and doing things like making sure I have inventory space, making sure I remember how to play the non-beta Warden, which is kind of crazy. The beta Warden. Haunting of Dolor, no. I think I've done all of these. Brigand's Birth, that sounds fun. I still don't think I've done every single mission in Before the Shadow, Swanfleet and Cardalin, but I have done a lot of them. It just happens to be the ones at Andrath I have done a lot because that's just where my characters have happened to be parked. I've also done, I think I've done a lot of the other ones, but if I remember correctly, there are some camps that are kind of far out, and one maybe that doesn't have a stable master. There could even be two that I have not visited. This is where Warden can run into some issues, but I think if I stay healed up, I should be fine. Oh yeah, Defiant Challenge, that thing's OP, that does a lot of damage. Another thing with the Warden update though, thinking in terms of update 35 with Warden, I wonder how power will be on him. The beta, okay, I'll probably go into my beta rant as a heads up, but the beta, what was I gonna say? Yes, I didn't actually ever get to checking this in the beta, but Warden has a lot of power issues in the game right now because he doesn't have gear, and he does have a pocket item now. We'll just ignore that detail, and he has level 1 weapons. And I guess just the way stats work now in LOTRO and power works is he has a lot of power issues, especially in any decent duration fight and continued combat. Even his out of combat power regen is not impressive. So yeah, I think that's been the worst part of this no gear challenge, has been power and kind of just sitting there waiting for it. It hasn't been engaging content. It hasn't been particularly interesting or fun to me, at least with that part of playing him. But yeah, I'm wondering how the update will change that, because I remember I have, in the last episode that we played this character, I was looking for any sort of gear that had in combat power regen or fate as a stat. I thought I'd allow myself that, especially if it's jewelry and that's the only stat. But that might not even be something I have to worry about in the update. There is a chance that the revamp to power that is supposed to make power a resource that you actually have to pay attention to and make it a mechanic could actually improve this character's power. But I'm not 100% sure. That's something I could have been interested in testing. But I will run one more mission. These have been really simple. I have actually been able to do these without paying like any attention to what I'm doing, which I just love when missions are like that. I would describe that as, I wouldn't necessarily think this is good just by describing something this way, but mindless. I do think that is that has been a pro. This one's not so much going to be that. I have to collect all these food things. Somebody is moving furniture, and I am lagging at the exact time that happened. Sounds like somebody's moving furniture. At least scraped something that sounded like a table across the floor. It sounded like it was below me. I don't know why I would have heard that below me. We'll see if I can survive this. Not the best idea to do this when I'm lagging. I just gotta get one restoration. I think I'll be good. And Jefferbit, I know you said hello probably like 10 minutes ago now, but I don't think I said hello back, so hi there. Thank you for being a moderator. Something I have not noticed the past bit is as many spam bot comments though. But that's the problem. Sometimes I will be in the middle of talking about something or responding to somebody's comment or something like that, and I will see somebody send a message that I mean to acknowledge in some way or another. And I almost do it more internally and just in my head. And then I was like, oh yeah, I didn't actually respond. I think gear-wise, my Warden should be pretty decent with going into the Hiddenhoard. So, well, I said I haven't done too much endgame content and done like all that much repetitive. What I have done has gotten my Warden settled in I think a decent state gear-wise. I have a full set of delving gear, which honestly didn't take too long to get because I ran mostly tier 10 to start, then ran I think a few tier 7s to do that. So, and what I consider not a bad amount of time, I did get the full set of delving gear, and at the same time, that is about when I was starting to get, I think, to about my limit of wanting to do delvings a lot. So that was pretty good timing there. I also, while I haven't done the raid, I've done the skirmish, the new 6-man Sark Warren, gotten gear from that, gotten gear from the skirmish, gotten gear from the 3-mans. That would mainly be jewelry, and then I think some of the jewelry pieces on him are relatively not great, but I probably even have Embers of Enchantment if I want to get one of the boxes for gear. I honestly forget. But yeah, that's the general situation with his gear. Also, I seem to have missed 2 food barrels. Let's see. I don't know why I went into range stance. That's a force of habit. It's going to be tough to get used to the Warden revamp. I don't mean that in like that the Warden revamp's bad, because I have had one play session with the Warden revamp, and it honestly wasn't that long because I also checked out the Captain and the Hunter in the beta, and I was kind of messing around with different things, not really diving deep into anything. And that was kind of thrown, it was all thrown to me at once. So I was just kind of jumping in with my level 140 Warden. I played a little bit lately, but honestly not the most. And it's just very different. Even though you still have the same gambits, they have effects that make sense, there's some added consistency, but the new advanced techniques, the new gambit chain effects that go along with the advanced techniques, and the slight modifications to some of the gambits, as well as the new effects for a few of the gambit lines. Let's say I have like 4 things listed there. Those all, I think, make it a lot to jump into with the new Warden. It'll be exciting to eventually get it down, but I might do a lot of the relearning of the Warden on Warden, actually. Okay, let's see what we're up to /played. Now that I have actually been streaming for like 25 minutes, I feel like I can talk somewhat normally now and not all rambly, scattered words, half-completed sentences, followed by other half-completed sentences. I forgot the point of that, though. Oh yeah, so the thing with Warden and doing the kind of challenge recap series, I think I'm about an hour more playtime on Warden, and I'll make a video on his first 24 hours in Middle-earth. I'll have a whole bunch of Warden lore as well in that video. Again, this is all developments in the past hour. Who are we logging into? Louis? Okay, so I'm going to join my kin on Discord chat. I'll be on push to talk with them. You all will not hear them. You should still hear endgame audio, unless something's broken. So, that is what we'll try. Yeah, and for anybody unfamiliar, that's pretty much how all the group content streams that I do go. I don't think it's perfect, but that seems to be the best solution that I have right now for streaming and doing group content at the same time with my kin. But yeah. Hello, and I could use one. He is not in the group right now. So, if you'll hear me say out of context things like that, oh, somebody's left. If y'all hear me say things that are way out of context, that's probably because we're on Discord. I also have to adjust my audio because there are, I don't mean to call these people out, I'm not even going to name them, but there are some people in our Kins Discord that have really quiet mics. So I have to turn them up to 200% volume. And there are some people that have loud mics. So I have them up at 200%, the quiet ones. And I have to turn the loud people down to even like 20% so I can actually hear the quiet people. And I would say a normal volume person is around 40 to 60%. So it's kind of crazy. Yep, thank you. Yep. Oh, I actually did know where Hiddenhoard was. It's been so long that I did forget, but you know, once I got here, I was like, oh yeah, this is where it is. So Jason, you said you made a burglar the other day, level 12 now. You're still learning the game, taking it kind of slow. I think that is a great approach to LOTRO, taking it fairly slow. You're on Arkenstone. That is actually the server I used to be on. It's always an awkward conversation because I used to be on Arkenstone. It survived the great server merges, and now I'm on Langevall. But that is because when Anor shut down, my kin voted to go to Langevall and not at Arkenstone. I was going to say not Anor. But yeah, not Arkenstone. Level 26 weapon. That seems like great vendor. You know, whoever I'm selling it to. They apparently wanted 1 silver, 45 copper for it. So it looks like we have 6 people. That's hopefully enough for tier 1. I don't know if we'll recruit. We actually have allies, is kind of the general term we go by, but people that we have played with before on, in particular, Anor, that also happen to go to Langevall, that we'll play with. Hello, Stance in the Fire. You're also on Langevall. It is a great server. It's just sometimes I miss Arkenstone because that's where all my characters have come from, and Arkenstone is a bit more populated, but Langevall's nice. The people here are nice. There's nothing bad about it. That's what I'm trying to say. Hello, Chuck K. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. That helps support the content going forward, the streams, videos, and such. But he said, thank you for streaming on a Friday night. It's a perfect evening to do a stream. Although it's been a long while since I've done a Friday evening stream, but in the past I've usually done Friday evenings. You're doing it listening while wrapping up the week's paperwork for your job. That doesn't sound too fun, paperwork, but yeah. The most exciting thing I did for my job today was make choose what over vitality? What Toguro said. So yeah, somebody was asking about stats, but anyway. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the most exciting thing that I did for my job today, which I did some things, but the biggest thing was I learned, that would probably be a better way, learned how to make MP4 videos in Python. So that was fun. I think it took like, I don't know, from when I first had the idea to actually having it working like 30 minutes, so it wasn't too bad, but let's see, gear wise. Oh yeah, I still think it's funny that some of the scaling gear that's like I think the big point of it is to give you a boost to XP, or at least used to be, but they've reworked the stats, rebalanced these pieces of gear, and the best cloak that I have available to this character is the Shield of the Hammerhand. I think that was I want to say Helm's Deep pre-order. Was Hammerhand Helm's Deep, I think? So way back when the Helm's Deep expansion came out, that's like 10.5 years ago or something now. That came with Shield of the Hammerhand, and who knew a decade later this would be the best cloak that I would have available, you know, back item might be a better way to describe it, at level 140 when my character has 1,000,000 morale. But yeah, I have that. And then otherwise jewelry, Fateful Gunabad earring, pretty good, solid. I'd say its biggest weakness is the lack of very high vitality, but it has crit rating, mastery, it has agility. So those are the big things that will apply to me as a warden. But two other useful stats actually include the fate and might. And honestly, the will also provides tactical mitigation. So there's a lot of all around, even if they're not the most efficient, but a lot of all around stats on this that help boost it, along with, again, the high physical mastery and crit rating is the big thing from it. And it's really the same thing with the Earring of the Dead City. Oh yeah, they did add those items. So there's like the Token of Hornburg, which is a pocket item that doesn't have scaling stats, but does have XP. It has like very minor scaling stats. I don't even know if they scale, to be honest. There's, what was Darude Stone? Is that the one for Isengard that I have? Because I don't have Hornburg, but I have the Isengard Stone, I think it was. And yeah. Yeah, you can get those in the LOTRO store now. It sounds like you can also get the Shield of the Hammerhand. Yes, Stands in the Fire, you might want to look back at those for some of your higher level characters, because the stats do scale beyond the like old XP boost level cap. I don't remember it always being that way, but yeah, those are, I have not found anything that's better than those for this character. There are some fringe case. Oh, are we not running the raid? Am I supposed to go in this? We might not actually be running the raid because we're short. It's hard for me to talk. And is anybody here? I'm just gonna. Maybe I'll travel again. But yeah, it's hard for me to actually pay attention to Discord chat when I'm sitting here just talking the whole time. That's why I feel bad for streaming when I do kin events, but to me it's fun, and I don't think the people in the kin like dislike that I do it, but sometimes they'll say something and I'll hear my name, or I'll hear a question and then I have to say what, and then they repeat themselves. It's not ideal. Oh man, I went to go turn my monitor brightness up. I'm like, oh, did I forget to do that? Nope, I turned it up. It's just so dark here. Why would anyone want to do that? See, somebody just mentioned my name. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting with the Warden revamp, because I actually told this Guardian here that I might have to push him to the DPS spec. Oh yeah, so he might have to go to DPS just so I can tank. Well, it'll take me a long while to get used to tanking. I think it will be, from what I have seen in the beta, decently solid. I got some good mitigation options. Good self heals. Very strong Persevere. It heals like your total morale in 6 seconds. For anybody that don't know, that is a bug in the first round of beta. So Jason, you're wondering what the difference between the two servers, Langerval and Arkenstone. Langerval has relatively lower population. It's also titled a roleplay encouraged RE server. So it's the only NA North America yes, it's the only roleplay NA server. So that is one big thing with Langerval. There are a lot of community events and the such. I personally don't really engage with that too much, but that is a big thing here. There's also people like me that don't really engage with that. Arkenstone is more populated and tends to have more in-game activity, if that is of interest to you. I think there tend to be more hardcore kinships that do the stuff that I personally don't quite enjoy as much in the game, but there obviously is a population of players that enjoy that, so if that is something that interests you. Test. Yes, there are other servers than Langerval and Arkenstone, so Jefferbit, you play on Brandywine. I know a couple of people that play on Brandywine. For a while, I actually didn't know anybody that played on Brandywine. What other servers are there? Gladden, I think that's actually the new recommended server because it is such low population. That used to be Crick Hollow, but they did switch it somewhat recently, like in the past year or so. At some point, they switched it to Gladden. So I don't know how the population on Gladden is doing at this point. It could have seen a boost in low-level / new player population. Oh, Jason, you watched some of my burglar videos. Those are relatively rare for me. You said you are a gambler right now. Gambler would be Blue Line? I think I tend to actually like the gameplay in Blue Line a bit more than Red Line. Generally, at least. I just find it more personally interesting, but the Red Line tends to do better, like perform better on landscape and while leveling. This is also, I know I talked about this early in the stream, all janky talking, but this is another reason that endgame content is necessarily the most exciting for me. Not that I mind that people are taking time to get to the instance, but there can be a lot of sitting around and just waiting. But that gives me a chance to chat with chat. Oh, I was hoping it would say you want to attack yourself. They made me assist target. Fortunately, my giant head is blocking it from Ural's view, so you can't see how much of a noob I am with the assist target. We are doing Sarkborn tier 3 though. I haven't done tier 3 and been a while since I've run this instance, so on the note of repetitive content, again, every once in a while doing something like this, I don't mind and I find it fun, and we haven't done tier 3. And again, this character's already gotten past the sort of hump of grinding to be somewhat decent. I don't know if he would be technically considered like up to par for. I mean, the Warden seems so easy now after playing in a beta. It took like one mob kill. I don't know nerfed it, but it is very different. It's at the same time like slower pace, but very significantly faster pace. My favorite class. Does anybody in chat know? If I had something to give away, I would give something away to the first person that answers. Oh, I'm standing in the bad stuff. Oops. Oh, I can't go out of here. Yes. Yeah, red and blue. Ooh, Rune Master. That'd be a pretty fun class, I think. Oh, what's going on with the reward? Oh, 4 days left. Wow. I remember because there was the period where I was running a whole lot of delvings. I was actually interested in trying to get to level 65 for the Coffer of Heraldry because that would help complete my LI set. I haven't really cared about it. It was kind of a temporary. You know what? These guys are so close to dead. Oh no, are they resetting? Ah, that's unfortunate. Oh, there's a root. Is that thing still hitting me? I don't think so. Okay, so, oh, I really should do a better job with planning my streams, but I meant to do a poll for you all about what type of endgame content you enjoy in LOTRO. So I will still do that. I should have done a poll for what my favorite class is, but that wouldn't be the most exciting poll. Let's see, raids. Here, I'll give an exclamation to that last option. But Sand and Snow said Warden, which is very distinct from Warden. Warden is, if I remember correctly, a particularly impressive Warden. And then a Warden with extra R's is a bad Warden. I will definitely be a Warden after update 35. And then Jason said Lore Master, which, you know, if we were back in the early Anor days where I was doing my Anor LM, maybe. That, like, could have seemed like the right answer. I guess that spoils that it's not. Also, what am I doing? Why am I not dead? This is one part I do actually love about group content. I think we actually have a relatively decent group composition. Sometimes we have absolutely horrible group compositions, which I don't mean in a bad way. It actually makes it fun to me. But when it's just a complete mess and I have to... Oh, I forgot spear sweeping. I got so used to beta, I'm like, I actually forgot spear sweeping was a thing for a moment. Oh, that spear sweeping distracted me. But anyway, next class, Rune Master, if only. Wait, did I already say that? Stands in the Fire thinks Louis secretly means a Lore Master, and Sand and Snow said that I tank tier 5 raids with a bear pet. I want to be opposed to actually tanking a tier 5 raid with my Warden. But, yeah. Oh, a magic bear that scales past the mid-levels. Not champion. Even though I made a video on why the champion's a great class, champion doesn't quite make my favorite. The real answer is the channel member Sand and Snow, who's got that fancy fire... as that fancy fire icon, but that is a Lore Master icon. It is Warden. Okay, I am going to turn fills off so I can see. Let's see. I have no idea what I'm doing. Second place could be Runekeeper, but I have been really bored with my new StatX Runekeeper that I would not consider Runekeeper my number 2 at this current moment, even though in general with the game, Runekeeper is number 2. Right now it is not number 2. Also, this time I'm actually going to try to be useful. Not that I wasn't our first pull with one of these Hiddenhoards, it's just this time didn't want that. Let's see, we can work with it. I'm gonna try to be more useful. I don't know if there's a way to get rid of that green eye. I was trying to read the effect and it said like after 4 seconds it'll do 100% damage to you and everybody in 4 meters of you or something. Okay, can we at least get this Grave White Plague Bearer down? How's the Hiddenhoard doing? Oh, I forgot I'm Fellowship as this target. Not that it's, like, done much. I don't think I've been particularly bad with that. Oh, I'm about to die. Oh, well, I try to keep that going. Oh, good. We did not lose progress on that fight. It is a tough tree. Yeah, I have that eye. That seems to be auto kill. You mean that thing I didn't pick up? Actually, do I still have the town services buff? I do not. Wait, I have the town services item, but I don't has an hour left, but I don't seem to have the town services buff. Oh well. Okay. I don't know what gambits I've used. Let's see. So, Christian, you're wondering difference between Warden and Champion. A lot of differences. Warden's medium armor, Champion's heavy armor. Champion's more warrior-like. Warden's more of agile. I don't know, it has a unique aesthetic to it. Like, they're completely different, but in terms of gameplay, Warden has a lot more range. They also have the gambit system. Champion has a bit more upfront damage in terms of both single target and AoE. Champion, you can specialize into the red line, which focuses on single target, or the L line, which focuses on AoE, or you can spec tank. Similarly with the Warden, you can spec tank. Warden, you can do both the AoE and single target. Like, it's not as much limited by spec. At high levels Champion, you do have a little bit more flexibility there. Warden has more travel, more self heals. With the Warden revamp, you'll also have, you already had decent flexibility switching between ranged and melee, but you'll have even more so after the revamp. They're just very different. Oh, do you have one of those quests from the like public instances from the Gundabad dailies? Seemed like it'd be useful to remove corruptions. Probably. What does this corruption do? I'm wondering if that's... I wonder if that's part of what's been causing a lot of our issues. I also have this eye, so I want to try to actually read what this does. Apply it on expiration if in combat. It just, yeah, subtracts 100% morale. I don't know if that's avoidable at all, to be honest. Yeah, if you turn fill density down to 0. Oh. I don't think it'll be worth applying Never Surrender. Who is running that way? Oh, that's an enemy. I was like, who would do that? But it was the Grave-Wide Archer. That makes more sense. Wow. That's... I'm in combat. This is very concerning. I wonder if I will go out of combat, because I was going to travel to Bree. Also, I'll address the poll in a moment. I left, but I seem to be stuck in combat. I was going to get my town services, because I need a repair. Okay, there we go. Thank you all for covering a little bit more about the classes. Gamets are fun. They do take a bit to get used to. I think the champion's a much more basic class, much easier to like get used to. Warden will take a moment to get used to, and I think some parts of it are becoming simpler in the Warden revamp coming up, but also some parts are getting a bit more complicated. I don't know from a completely new player's perspective if it would be considered like harder or easier to get into. Because there are some parts of it that I think from a new player's perspective, like all the gambits in a sequence having a consistent effect, I think that will make it easier. But some of the new mechanics from somebody who has already played the Warden will make it more complicated overall. Alright, let's repair. Oh, yeah, let's get my normal abilities back. Wrong gamut. I really have no idea what's going on with this instance, by the way. There are some people who have not even run this since we started up on tier 3. There are some people just based on their morale. I don't mean to judge by morale, but they have a... I vote the second. Yep. I'd actually be curious if, like, once we get past the Hjorns, if it'd be easier. Like, Well, I could just see the first boss being easier, but I don't know if that's the case. I mean, I'm up for the challenge, but I don't want to decide what we do. Seem to be stuck in a puddle. Trying to knock off one of the weaklings, but seems to be a bit tough. Yeah, Sand and Snow, you mentioned that you would recommend going through the full leveling process as a Warden, and the best part is the skill progression eases you into the system nicely. And I am probably going to be following something like that because with the Warden revamp, I think it will be easier to get used to the new mechanics by leveling Warden. It's possible, Doofy, that the new power changes will make everyone play Beorning. It'll make Wrath perhaps a bit more meaningful. Do we have any induction classes? We actually do. I'm trying to see what this corruption does. The Huron's corruption is a reflect, so that's not ideal. I mean, yeah, if we can keep the pull going. I'm gonna try to switch to blue line. I'm just gonna keep this panel up. So I'm gonna try to click 3 like right away. Oh, I'm in 3. Click 2. There we go. Do I actually have a spec? Oh, I didn't have. Oh, this is not good. We can all try to leave and re-enter. Yeah, because you can just run out the instance. I was trying to switch tank and I lost all my trait setup, so I need to fix that real quick. I'll say just building blue line Warden real quick. I'll have to completely forget this build soon. Okay, I have 2 trait points. Assuming this is where I want to go and I don't want to try to get bullseye, I would probably... yeah, offensive strike. There we go. This isn't quite the same build I had for delving, so it was a little bit more focused on survivability, but it's, I think, general use for now. But I just was going to switch to tank in that little onslaught we had, just to like boost survivability and help keep the fight going so we could slowly bring them down. Because as long as we could stay in combat and keep doing that retreat thing, we could eventually burn them down. Also, I'm just going to pop an instance and see what it looks like. Oh, yeah. They're all right at the entrance. Okay, so while they're switching characters, I am going to itch my ear and finally address the poll that I made. So we had some people vote what type of endgame content that they enjoy, and so far 14% have said raids. Most, well, not the majority of people, not the majority of voters, but the most popular option so far is 3 and 6 mans. And then about a third of people voted solo, and a decent portion voted no endgame content. So that honestly relatively matches the distribution of content I have on this channel, I would say. A good bit of it solo, but also like if I'm doing endgame content, 3-man, 6-man. But then I also do stream none, but I realize that that doesn't like completely match the way the votes work. Hey, Dan's Adventures, if you're actually listening, I thought that was entertaining. Oops. Entertaining. There we go. The Dane's Adventures, for anybody that did not know, was the minstrel. Not the current minstrel we have, but the old minstrel in the group. I at least having fun. I was going to say I have fun watching this chaos, but I'm helping contribute to it. I have fun contributing to this chaos here. And my ear is itching right now. Oh yeah. I should probably somewhat organize my character. Oh, there's a cat. Now is actually the good time for a cat to be here and not distracting me from my attempt to do some sort of commentary early in the stream. She likes her scratches. So we have Tugro. I believe he is a blue wizard version of Gandalf right now. Yeah, I actually do. Like I do agree. Stands in the fire. You learn from mistakes. At least it contributes to learning. So I actually do tend to agree. If I were to watch somebody do some sort of something in a game, I think I would tend to prefer to watch things go unsuccessfully, at least to an extent, because you can learn from that. For us, we didn't have a very bad group composition, but I do think some people in the group are or were poorly geared on the characters they were on, so some people switched characters and the such. And there was a lot going on, and for some people not being here before, and some people running, I think, tier 1 at most, it's a big jump. A lot to jump into. Also, I have only been standing for an hour and I'm already tired. Oh no. I guess I'm just tired today. Do I have the boo emote? I don't think I do. I thought you had to unlock that somehow. I'm about to be embarrassed by not having it, I think. Yep. Constantly dying to fumerals when you try to tank the ring. That was actually our experience when we did the Rift, when that was level 50 was the level cap on Anor, like when Anor came out. I made this beautiful box for the cats. And she's perfectly fine. If I'm not, like, streaming or doing videos or whatever, she is perfectly fine to sleep there all day. But the moment I sit, stand here and talk, this is what she does. I think she just thinks I'm talking to her. Jefferbit, thank you for joining the stream. Oh. Okay, what spec am I in? I am in range spec. Apparently Cat is on keyboard because I did not do those buttons. I think she was pressing the control key. We have the other guys now. Oh, I'm in tank spec. This is probably a good thing still, but blocked. I might not have aggro on this Hiddenhoard, but I think I do have cat aggro right now. Oh, that's gonna move their corruption. Okay, so since I am in tank spec, how can I best contribute here? Besides just like helping keep my survivability up and occasionally giving a nice force taunt. Sometimes you just have to do the opposite of brute forcing damage. And you just need to... Oh, that guy's not pulled. That guy is pulled now. That is bad. We might have been able... We might still be able to do this, but I think I reduced our chances of success there. Because we did not actually have the white pulled. I still don't know if there's a way to get rid of that eye, but it's about to kill me. Wait, Never Surrender technically should block that. And it actually seemed to have. Wow. Okay, just gotta, as soon as we die, retreat so things don't reset. Okay, wish me luck. That did not last long. I think there are also puddles on the ground, which don't help. It's like once you run into the red squares, we just die. A lot of damage. But as long as we can keep this up, we can eventually get the Hiddenhoard down. Like, y'all are seeing cutting edge strategies for getting past the Hiddenhoards in this. I don't even know if there's a point of me trying to heal rather than like actually do a gambit that does damage. Is it better to try to... Oh, it reset. This isn't even a boss. That's the scary part. I still honestly think the boss might be easier. Okay, just need to run out and... This to me is entertaining. I hope it says entertaining for y'all as it is me, though. Like, honestly, just because I've been talking about Endgame a lot this stream, I would consider this not necessarily normal Endgame content. This is just messing around in an instance at this point. So, I actually do have to admit, they're also calling it a boss. I'm about to come clean to them. I think so, but I also have to admit something. I think that was my fault because the white did not actually pull, and I accidentally ran into it and aggroed it. Did we all decide to come in at the same time? Seems so. This is tier 3. I have run tier 2. I honestly don't know if I've run tier 2 with this kin. I ran the... I just specifically remember when I ran tier 2 it being with a different kin. They invited me on day 1 of the instance. We were in tier 2. And I don't remember running tier 2 with them. I remember running tier 1. $880,000 damage. Don't you love it? Technically, I can survive that. I just have to have full health. Is it worth doing that? Because we'll probably get, like, killed right away. They were talking about doing, like, scrolls and buffs outside the instance. I'm gonna try to leave that poll up, by the way, until, I don't know, the end of the stream. Hopefully it's not annoying just being up there, but I really am curious when we get more votes what people will say. Raids has started to have a little bit of a surge, though. So we're doing a... Oh, wow. I'm actually shocked. I know that's what I voted, but I thought I'd be the only one. So we had not ready was to continue and ready was to change up what we're doing. So I voted not ready. And I thought everybody was going to vote to do something different. This character's inventory is actually relatively clean, believe it or not. Where did I... Oh, I got the black steel key from, thingy thing. Very descriptive. Reward track. Now, do I have a box? I have those boxes filtered, so I actually don't even know if I can buy one from the auction house. Now, should I stay blue line? I'm honestly not entirely sure. I think it might be better to go slow and steady, slow and safe. Or shield tactics. Oh, that game it ain't in this game. Oh, until update 35. There's shield mastery though. Now, I do remember this was the gambit for the longest while. Shield, spear, fist. But that no longer is. Wow, 1.4k morale. I am actually really close to 1.5. Not 1.4k, 1.4kk. And I'm gonna cheat. Now I'm at 1.5 million. I think this is the first time I've been at 1.5 million, so that's pretty neat. Now, there is also the possibility that I have gear with even more vitality. I have 475, 475, 475 and 477. So I'll equip the 477. Oh man, I'm so close. Do I still have those old earrings? There's a chance that they're in my vault. Okay, this has tactical mitt. Let's equip that. I feel like this is going with a relatively noob strategy, but it is very fun for me right now. Oh, I can't do that in combat. Okay, we're about to fix it up. Alright, got to 1.65 million. So I can now survive 2 archer hits. I feel like the last time we did anything like that was Isengard. Actually using crowd control. That definitely wasn't me. I cannot believe I actually got this character up to 1.65 million health though. That's crazy. And I haven't even really changed gear. I have not gotten any upgrades in a good while. Just because I haven't done any endgame content on this character in a while. So I've had the ability to get up to this much morale. And just, you know, using one of those great extra 5% morale scrolls. Those still feel like cheating to me, but that's the way the game is. Oh, he did it on the... I was not expecting it to be on the Hiddenhoard. Do I want spiders or crawlers first? Well, spiders have a corruption. Doesn't seem to be a very bad corruption, but not like a... We still want to remove it type 1. Poison's bad. I'm apparently on the wrong part of my keyboard. Anymore. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I am in tank spec just to be safer. Especially that way if we do have what happened before. There's a little bit more time to survive. I am just spamming the same game that's over and over. I'm not doing particularly well with varying things up. We have such low DPS. I don't know if any of these bosses are a like DPS check, but we could run into trouble if they are. I was just thinking that this is very slow. There's a crawler. I'm also having a lot of lag. Ooh. And I think we have to trigger the first boss anyway. You have to clear, I don't know if you have to clear absolutely everything, but you have to clear an amount of things to trigger the first boss, so I think we do eventually have to kill this guy. Ah, that reflect. Somebody took care of it. If I had to guess, it was the Guardian, but it's very much so appreciated. Oh, I have aggro. That's not good. I know I'm in tank spec and I have the most morale in the group, but I'm still scared of taking aggro. That is the current state of Warden tanking and why they are revamping it. And revamping the Warden as a whole. I'm probably going to become very nostalgic for this era of Warden gameplay though. Yellow Line Warden is just so fun to me now. While I think there are a lot of great things coming in the Warden revamp, I'm gonna miss the current way Yellow Line plays. It's just gonna be, even if it's overall better, it's gonna be different. We killed a Hiddenhoard. Yeah, these puddles do about 200k to me. I cannot stand in there that long. I almost lost all my buffs. There's the root. Okay. Like, I'm actually trying to see how strong the puddles are, how much damage they do to me. They do so much damage. I can't even sit here long enough. 30% max morale, and I had 2 of those. Did both of them do 30? Yes. Okay. Wait. I am in range stance, right? Did my auto attack do damage? I just have no idea how I did damage earlier when I used Resounding Challenge. Oh. Okay. I realize this is a different pace than my kin is probably used to with our group content, but it is a nice change of pace. Oh, somebody already got the corruption. What? Oh? I think Captain will be an upgrade overall. Especially solo Captain. Healing Captain's also going to be different, to be honest. It does seem like it will be overall better, be more viable, but there are some aspects of the old way they healed that I think ooh, this is bad. But yeah, I think just some of the old things that they had will be more appealing to me. Like, the one part I really liked about healing Captain was how much AoE there was. Oh, I almost... Okay, let me try to come back real quick. I kind of messed up with maintaining certain buffs there. Just gonna pump out some damage for now. Okay, maybe I should have started with my heals. I was like, that's what I didn't do last time, so... Harrison, LOTRO is, to me, a very fun game, so I could recommend perhaps returning to it and trying it again. Hopefully you would have fun. Okay, I am out of combat right now, so... I'm about to get a force taunt so I can debuff. To an extent, it's kind of unfortunate the Warden's single target force taunt is tied to their debuff, but... I don't think in this case it'd be bad for me to force taunt. Even if I took aggro for a little bit, that wouldn't be a bad thing. I also have not paid attention to the game it's I'm using. That was my favorite orc friend in Gunabad. Yeah, I just thought he had a neat name. Oops. Blue Captain will, well, Captain as a whole will be getting a revamp, but the Blue Captain with the Healing Captain will be a bit different. It'll be more viable after the update, but it will also heal a little bit differently, mainly in that they will have better single target heals. And from my impression, the very little I actually played it in the beta, is there will be a lot of management of who you are actually healing. Whenever I try the sleep emote, my character does not actually sleep anymore. That just seems to be totally broken. I don't know if it's a high elf thing, but it has not worked on female high elves, male high elves, and I have not honestly paid attention to other characters. Yeah, that's the thing with dailies. They can get boring fairly fast. Can we line of sight them back here? Must wait. Oh, I'm in the range stance. It's like, why must I face the target? I guess I'll do a damaging gambit. Might not help me surviving, but I already had it partially built. At least got it off before I died. So sleep is broken on basically all your characters, many of the races, genders. I wonder... I haven't seen people complain about that. It's just something every time I try to sleep, it does not work. I think the way to appear like you're sleeping is the lie down emote, I think has the same effect, even though it doesn't say you like fall asleep. There's also the... Okay, we currently have the archer. I don't know if the archer is a different days because we're in combat with a Hiddenhoard. Hiddenhoard has 7 seconds left. I'm honestly just surprised not many people have been complaining about broken sleep emote. Okay, I guess I'll use this game. You gotta turn a miss hit with the Warden in the Gambit system into a victory. Okay, I'm gonna force taunt them all. I probably would have had aggro on all of them anyway, because our other more different tank died. Come on, stop lagging, please. I want to heal. Okay, I'm gonna move this way. So I'm going to have to probably do something similar to that come the Warden revamp, but also weave in advanced techniques where I can, and weave in, let's just get the crawler down. Okay. And work in some other defensive gambits, which will all help me survive, but it's, ooh, never surrender triggered. Okay, are there any more mobs over here? I think this is it, okay. There's an archer back there. Oh, 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 oh. Wow, I somehow did not hit it. That is crazy. Okay, I'm bringing the Plague Bearer over here. Oh, interrupt. Switch to range dance. I can focus on the archer. If you can grab the melee guys, Jimmy. Trying to be careful to not hit an AoE like Resounding Challenge, because I don't want to hit the Hiddenhoard. I'll taunt this guy. I don't think the actual like where that blocks your line of sight is accurate to what my character's vision is. So I'm like, maybe from here, but he's like in my line of sight, but not actually. Poison tipped arrow, that sounds pretty bad. I think the Hiddenhoard is far away enough that I can use Resounding Challenge. Also, if I have aggro on these guys, why don't I just do this? Oh, did I hit it? I did hit it. I think I just hit it again. Where's the archer? Here. I'm gonna try to remove his corruptions while he's up. How am I still alive? I cannot believe I survived that long. Corruptions are gone, and I think dots are gone on the tree. Okay, that is not on the other tank. I was only going to taunt it if it was on somebody else, and it was. There we go. We're getting through this. That's the exciting thing. When I get back. Oh, he was just taunted. Bad timing. Trees up. Touch of Plague, that sounds terrible. He did not actually cast it on me. My strategy of running away worked. That's actually a very useful strategy. If you're ever in a dangerous situation in this game, there's a good chance that running away will be a decent strategy for you. And crawlers. I don't think I've ever built Shield Mastery that way. The combination of buttons that I use. Okay, what damage can give it so we can focus on that. I don't know where this white came from. They seem to keep appearing though. I have a bleed on enemy. I don't know which gambit I used to get that though. Oops. Taunt. This has been crazy, but we're almost to the first boss. Not entirely what we had planned today, but I did mention that it seemed like we want to have the numbers for Hiddenhoard. And this, at least, is entertaining. It's a decent... decent alternative. Does he just apply debuffs to you? Yes. Yeah. Oh, I never went on the beta rant. I know that's a very random thought, but I was just thinking, like, with the Warden revamp, I will have a video with the Warden. I didn't get to the Captain, but as we're getting into exciting content here, the gist of the beta rant that I should turn into a proper video at some point. It's going to be like a 2-minute video because it's like not a long topic, but one of the things that really bothers me with LOTRO's betas is that they do not run them over the weekend when people actually have time to play the beta. Instead, they run them for usually one whole day, as well as one half day and another half day about. So it seems like generally LOTRO betas start on Wednesday afternoons, and then they go until Friday afternoon. So that would be about 48 hours of uptime or whatever. And yeah, there's just not that much time to play, and especially there's no weekend day to play. And it'd just be, I think, better for the game, better for the betas, better for the community, better for the players, better for... I'd even consider it perhaps better for the developers, because more people doing it, more feedback for them. Just generally all around better if they actually ran betas through the weekend. Alright. I am still in tank spec for some reason, so we'll see how this goes. It just means things are slower. If it's not a DPS check, it's... Yeah, I realize I'm still in tank. But if it's not a DPS check, that just means that it is safer, but slower. But if there's some sort of enrage or DPS mechanic, then being a tank can actually be a downside. Just out of the circles. Or puddles, they're more square shaped. They explode when they die. Let me... Ooh, lag. Bad lag time. Not good. I probably shouldn't have taunted all those guys. It was a little bit of a force of habit. They explode really quick. I actually do not know how I caused them to die that quick each time. Why, after I use my force taunt, do I decide to use damaging gambits? That was a brilliant plan. It really didn't matter, but still. That was distributed damage, so it's possible that Glor and the such were too far away from the group. It seems like we should probably stack up from what I can tell from this fight, but I'm not entirely sure. Furious Slam, that one is not distributed. I will happily stay behind the boss during that. Oh. Oh, that's bad. I just was slow moving there. Almost made it out. I was that close. I actually am considering this easier than the trash mob fights. Like, even though we did wipe, we also wiped a lot on the trash mobs. Died a lot on the trash mobs. It could be. I was, like, taunting the crawlers and the such, but it'd be an extra survivable. Yeah, I'm happy to try it. I did also notice that I think sometimes when Glor and maybe others died, I wasn't paying too much attention to who died, but he does distributed damage, and that could have been not enough people in that, or they were like too far away from the group. No, I mean we should stack up together, like we should be close. Oh, I'm not in tank spec anymore. I can't do those defensive gimmicks. Okay, Piper. I'm in DPS spec, and I almost have 1.2. Oh, now I have 1.2 million morale. Here we go. Food. Somebody suggested food. I'm actually going to turn my AC down, as in turn the temperature up. You know, we're in the middle of winter, and it was, before this stream, 76 inside, but as usual, but when I'm up here standing streaming, that would be way too hot for me. It's already not the most comfortable temperature, but it's fine enough so I don't have to like run the AC as much. Oh, somebody's stuck outside. I don't know why I'm doing morale taps. We might still be able to get through it. I guess I'm the only one that wanted to try to get through it. Well, a hunter's still here. There says distributed damage. It's not good when you can't distribute it to that many people. That button does not work very well, so all those times I pressed it before, it did not actually turn the temperature up. I don't know why I couldn't target him. Hopefully nobody gets locked out again. Oh, we're doing buffs and the such. I guess I can eat food. I have it for a reason. Might as well consume it. Apparently I used low-level food. Wonderful. I'm gonna stretch my back a little bit. Or move it. I don't know if this is too much stretching, but I just gotta change position with my back. I actually do notice that sometimes with standing, it's more of an, like, as far as what gets tired first, it tends to be more so my back than my legs. The other behind Glor. I really didn't mean to like call him out like that, but it was just very comical. Somebody on the Discord said, yeah. How much damage did that do? Yeah, that was 695,000. I was able to survive that as a tank, but my health is a tad bit low as it was. I can't survive that. think they die on a timer. Well, if they can get through this, that'll be great. Okay, anyway, all this talk was standing. I think it's time to sit. There we go. I remember back in the day when we would do the, you might remember this, but anybody who was here around that time, but back in like Ingmar Instances Day and the such, there would be such a long time between wipes. So like if you died early in the fight, or if it was in Rift and there was such a long run back, and I was in a position where I could wait for a res, or even waiting for people to AFK, I would like have to try to think of random things to do to keep the content going. But used to always bring up my screenshots. We're a little bit spread out. We are running tier 3, Felipe. What is the emote here like? Me? That's not it. I actually don't know what it is. I remember I really like this emote, but I forget what it is, where you like point at yourself. There's some funny emotes in this game. Oh yeah, that's a ring over your head. Anyway, I'll try this one more time as DPS, but if it doesn't go well, I might end up swapping to tank again. It's not doing its thing. There's the distributed. That was not distributed very well. It actually was distributed somewhat decently, but it just does so much damage. It basically one-shot our minstrel. And unfortunately, we're also getting bad timing with the lag. It was the well, Glor got killed by the distributed at first. Yeah, that is Reign of Decay. It has an induction, but it's uninterruptible. colors are spread out. Yeah, there's a lot of lag. Very bad time for some server lag. Alright, can I tank this? Oh, my... I notice a distinct lack of Mormont right now. Oh, live. Wait, do I have potions? I'm gonna use a potion. I use a potion and then I die. Did I even get the heal? Oh, it's only 100,000 morale. Wow. I did not realize that was such a low level potion. I'm also getting like server lag spikes now. Sounds like other people in the group are getting that. We almost had that. I think we have our strategy just about down. The problem is even the distributed damage, even when it is like pretty much fully distributed, it still one-shots the minstrel. So that's kind of a guaranteed death there. But we are making good progress, and I still think that this is easier than the trash fights, which is kind of crazy. That's something, another part of raid content and group content that tends to annoy me is just how much of an emphasis there is on trash fight. And honestly, the trash fights in this, while I was having fun with all the chaos going on, it was ultimately more annoying just the mechanics that were going on than necessarily being fun. But that just reminds me another thing with the endgame content that I think has been, it's just like one of those things that contributes to me not playing as much as I have previously. Let me actually eat the high level consumables this time. I did say I would switch to tank, but I think that run went well enough that mine will stay DPS. I also forget that we have a hunter in the group. I'm so used to not having people that do inductions in the group that I'm not used to actually weaving in a joint maneuver. Wait, why am I hitting those guys in AoE? This is a complete mess from me. Distributed damage coming. This is gonna be rough. Yeah, we need a stack like on the boss when the distributed damage comes. I think it seems like it hit everybody, so I'm actually not entirely sure. I know for me it didn't quite outright kill me, but it did 931,000. I got hit by something else at the same time. Yep, and he has an induction, so you can see the cast bar with it. Yeah, yeah. I always feel self-conscious of yawning during streams, because that probably seems like I'm bored or tired, but it's just because it's late, and I'm not bored, but maybe a little bit more so on the starting to get sleepy. If I leave the group, can I easily get back in? I think I can. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. That sounds like 2 or 3 missions on Warden. Let's see, is there anything from LOTRO's beta that I have not talked about? Because I also feel like there were some things in that, and actually, as I look at this, I'm actually reminded that, let me log out, but I'm reminded that I actually have, so I have a couple upcoming videos that I have recorded. I almost have this little backlog, and just with the way YouTube works, I will not be having a video tomorrow, but I plan to have one of them Sunday. Probably the Warden video first, because that's what I actually have edited. But I have another video recorded, and actually another video edited, but totally unrelated. So I have this little backlog of videos, but the point is, one of them is actually going to be on, it was kind of relatively random, but on incentivizations for players to do PvMP in the Hidden Wars. So as you all probably know, I have not done any PvMP content in LOTRO. I want to say in like 11 or 12 years. Basically since the, I don't even think I did any when they did the Osgiliath update to add like that whole new zone. In fact, I actually remember thinking that wasn't like good. And that split what, from my perspective, seemed like an already relatively small population, split it up even more. So there have been times where I've done a little bit, like poked my head into Hidden Wars or whatever, done like a little bit just to see what was going on there, but it never resulted in me actually engaging in the PvMP system is what I'm trying to say. So basically I will have a video coming up talking about that. Also, I'm trying to find the right character that I want to log into. I have a level 37 Warden, a level 38 Warden, a level 140 Warden, and a level 140 Warden. Well, I have 4 Wardens. I have basically 2 levels worth of Wardens. But yeah, I'm with that video on PvMP, we'll just have a little bit more on the background on experience with PvP and LOTRO and what it would take to get a player like me to actually like try to go back to the Hidden Wars again. So that's a kind of random video. Hopefully people enjoy it. And then there will be, so talking about the beta issues earlier, but I got one Warden video out of it. I do not have resounding challenge. So we're just defeating Gauntlet. Okay, I don't actually remember doing this, whatever this is called, mission before. I am still in range dance somehow. That is okay, but that means things are slower. There is a decent bit of lag going on today. This is the most I've experienced in LOTRO in a while, to be honest. I don't think it, yeah, population on the server seems about normal for a day and time like this. If anything, slightly lower than what I have seen. Could also be because it's slightly later now. Seems like LOTRO's population peaks, I would say, relatively early in the evening. There I go, running into my power issues again. I think that's partially what these mobs debuffs. But oh, what was I going on about? Don't even remember anymore. Hey there, TK Best. Just a stunned Warden here. Yeah, I don't think I've done this mission. It's not a bad one. Again, I really like these ones where you can just kind of run and kill stuff and be done. I really do feel like the Before the Shadow missions are overall, I think, the highest quality of the missions sets that they have done. The Wildwood ones, I would call the Wildwood ones like high quality in terms of just quality, but not the most fun ones because they just take too long. So if you factor that part into quality, that's where I'd consider them lower than the Before the Shadow ones. There still are some outliers in Before the Shadows that are annoying to do, or just aren't as fun to do. And some of the ones with the doors, at least in Delvings, it just takes forever to break those doors down, which isn't very fun. I really hope the power revamp fixes some of these low-level debuffs.
What do you need? Could I speak with you?
Alright, I think I'll have time for one more mission. I gotta be careful to not get this character too high level, but I'm level 37, 3/5 of the way to 38. I don't think I'll be running into that issue. So if I use 2 extra... Yeah, I'm fine boosting up a bit more. Because I think this character, again, I want to get him to about 38, I think would be a decent level, 39. At a minimum. I'm perfectly happy with him getting even higher level before I start Misty Mountains. And then, because normally I would, like if I did Goblin Town, I would be fine starting Goblin Town like level 41 or whatever. But with this character and him not having gear, I tend to prefer to be on levels. Seems like it's a decent balance for the experience. I have no idea where the source of evil is here, because I have also not run this mission, but more mob kills equals more XP. And progress on deeds. Although I have heard deeds in Before the Shadow, so Cardalin and Swanfleet, do not give virtue XP. I have not gotten to a point where I can actually have seen for myself if that is true. I've seen a lot of people complain about no virtue XP on deeds in Cardalin and Swanfleet, which to me seems like a complete bug, but I have not seen people complain about that like on the LOTRO forums where a developer would respond, or on Discord, but I can't even keep up with all the Discord stuff. Do I have to defeat all these enticing glooms? That would not be ideal, but it's possible. Like right now, my general assumption for this mission is I just have to kill all the mobs. But it being specifically like discover and destroy the source would make me think that there is actually like a particular spot I have to go. And it just dawns on me that I did not actually go up these steps, and I think that's what was one of my early intentions. Maybe I got distracted by mobs, so I just did a circle, that's okay. Yeah, I'm guessing this is the named mob that I need to kill for this mission. Even if it's taken me a relatively long time for how quick this mission appears like it could be. I'll be right back.
How can I
I got greedy and decided to do missions. I'm switching now though. I was hoping that I'd be back earlier. I kind of got lost in the Warden and stopped thinking about the time that was taking. I'm getting hungry and just trying to think what I want for my post-stream snack. Thank you, and sorry for the delay. I was hoping to get back by 10 minutes, but I honestly was just like so engaged in the mission I forgot about the time.
Countless dead were laid to rest in mass burials among the stones of a ruined temple of the air.
Nope, I just finished it.
Its name of old
It was where I did 2 missions I hadn't done before and before the shadow.
the Black Grave, and those centuries of abandonment. Foolhardy ever dared approach it. But now, the Witch King of Angmar has returned to rouse the Barrow Whites from their slumber and summon forth an ancient evil thought banished long ago. The Grey Fear.
I should probably change the title. Because I really don't think we're getting to Hiddenhoard at this point. Also, I have to get... I think I already have a decent screenshot of this boss, but I have to get another one. When he pops up in my end. Okay, I'm in DPS spec. Let me do consumables. One problem with it getting this late is I know my quality of gameplay definitely goes down the longer we have played. Like it's a sort of bell curve where the quality of gameplay starts off low. I get warmed up, Yep, I can. And then as we're going, like, I get my practice, I get warmed up, my quality of gameplay is higher, and then it gets late and it dwindles off. I think in general, that's how it works for me at least. Alright, got a couple screenshots. I can now contribute. Crawlers? I guess Morale Tap heals me. I don't know. But once the crawlers die, won't. Oh, I don't have seize the moment. Oops. Oh, that was something else. This one's distributed. Yeah, I think we got the minimum damage there, though. One's interruptible. Crawlers. It's like a force of habit to use Exaltation of Battle in that situation. Surety of Death next. Oh. Pressing buttons too fast. Okay, I think I got it through a somewhat decent rotation there. They're all stunned in the middle. Oh, did not mean to use Fierce Resolve there. And I did not mean to use Fierce Resolve there. Eventually I'll use the gambit I wanted. There we go. Did not mean to use melee resounding challenge. Stack up. Okay, what gambits have I used? No idea anymore. Things are, besides me using Gambit default there, and my arm's starting to get slower, things are going somewhat okay. I just, at this point, have no idea if I swooped or not. Yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully somebody else can interrupt that. Looks like lag will make us use battle memory, and then we won't even use that ability anyway, because he was out of range. I wasn't paying attention to move up. But yeah, we're getting into the point where this fight has gone on so long that my arm is getting sore. Dished. That's pretty much the usual lag making me skip the gambit. Crawlers. And we got through it. At the risk of repeating myself for like the 10th time, I still think that was easier than the trash fights. And the beautiful loot that we got for the tier 3 first boss. Nothing. But some other people in the group, and got item level 479 bow. Somebody leave Discord? And somebody got, that actually looks like a really decent sword. That's a lot of critical rating. I'm guessing though for a lore master they probably aren't as interested in the crit. That's a bit unfortunate. If you could convert the agility, the will to agility, or might, in the tactical mastery to physical mastery, then I could see that being of interest to something like a champion or hunter or burglar. Now for the hunter, yeah, that's got a lot of crit, and if they need the finesse, that's a pretty decent hammer. I don't know about you all, but I thought the boss was actually easier than the Hiddenhoards. But yeah, especially the defilers and all those. If my arm is getting sore from a fight that is as short as that, that means I haven't been playing enough long fights on a Warden and LOTRO lately. As somebody is currently running into audio issues, if you are wondering why we are sitting around here waiting. But looks like we're pulling anyway. We're gonna remove corruption. Oh, so much lag. Oh wow, when do we get all these archers here? Or they've been here the whole time and I haven't paid attention. And our tank's down. Oh, that was not the game that I wanted to use. Great lag. Usually lags, like, to me it's relatively, I don't want to quite say acceptable, but it's somewhat okay if lag causes you to miss a gambit, like just a DPS gambit, it messes up your damage rotation. But it's particularly frustrating when that would be like lag causing me to use Impressive Flourish there. I could have potentially survived if that did not. Oh, that might be the Daze guy. That guy has a lot of corruptions. Was it corruption? Like, yeah, increased damage and decreased incoming damage. Increased outgoing, decreased incoming, so it is, I think, worth doing that. I'm just mostly working on corruptions. I guess I have aggro on this guy. Just gotta retreat as soon as we die. I realized I could have gone in melee there, but I am lazy and didn't want to. Yeah. Yeah, the archer's main thing is they just have so many corruptions. And they're actually like, they reduce incoming damage enough that you really do want to remove them. They're pulled. Finally. I don't think there's much better for me to do than a bunch of AoE here. As long as not everybody dies and we can keep the fight up. This is when subscriber town services really is super OP. Okay, we're out of Plague Bearers, and the Shambler has the lowest health. We probably could have dazed the Plague Bearer instead and just had two of the Shamblers, but it doesn't really matter. Wait, what is the arms corruption? Increase melee damage and increase range speed. It doesn't decrease incoming damage, so I do not care about it. I did not realize there were so many arms left. I even have floating names on. I did not see there were so many left. Oh. I forget, did we run tier 2? Or did I run tier 2 with you all? Okay. Because I did with Tails for the Trails, that's what they're called, right? Tier 2 with them on launch day. But I don't think I've done that since. Certain parts were a lot easier. Probably want. You're doing Archer on the left? Okay. Yeah, let's kind of ended up in a messy pool. Just gonna try to get some damage because I think dying is pretty inevitable. Archer's up. We're also at a point where we just need like infinite corruption removals. I don't know, corruptions are kind of interesting, but when they're at this extent, to me it's not that fun. Like, I feel like when my impressions of what I'm doing is dominated by the not fun parts, that is not a good sign for the instance. So I have found this instance to overall be enjoyable tier 1 and tier 2 that I have run, but there are certain parts of tier 3, and it's, oh, why did I do that? It's not just the, like, difficulty increase, which I actually do generally like the difficulty increase because it helps keep things engaging and fun, but the specific mechanics they have in this instance for the difficulty increase and this particular part, that's like more annoying than actually fun to me. In particular with this part with the corruptions, there's just so many of them. Probably. Hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say, the animal probably just couldn't understand the riddle, so it didn't confuse them. There we go. Isn't this how we want to run instances? Completely blind? Makes it fun. Yeah, one of the plague bears. And potentially more. Wow. It took a lot of damage. Was it a frontal AoE? Typically that seems to be what happens when people kinda die like that. Frontal AoEs are punishing in LOTRO. Oh, since you died, he might not have been in combat anymore. Sure. So I'm not going to pretend that I perfectly execute or even come close to perfectly executing the Warden rotation, but I have it set down pretty solidly with yellow line and the such. Oh yeah, these guys get stuck a lot if you run through this quickly. So I guess if you run through it slowly, that's kind of helpful. It's annoying when you run through quickly. Yeah, it's just going to be so different with the Warden revamp. To think about that again. Spear sweeping won't be a thing, but somewhat similarly, you will still be able to consume damage over time effects, at least the AoE light dots and the bleed line. But then there's like no chance of getting an extra dot, so the main thing with the spear sweeping is not even consuming the dot, but getting a new dot on all of the enemies in AoE. So that, like, the whole strategy around consuming the dots will be different. It's almost more of a finisher and a use for like a way for you to get some burst damage. Also, I should just stay out of puddles and go range. I survived anyway. Yep, I did. I honestly have no idea because I haven't been on that much the past while. You're dazing the archer? Oh, do you think you could do the plague bearer instead? Alright. I would think that would be better just because of all the stuff he does. I'm gonna sneak in some damage, but just pretend like I'm behaving. Archer is currently confused, so that might be a good thing. Wait, how did I lose my gambit? Was I just not in combat? Okay, Archer's confused. Welcome back. I kind of wish this confusion was a real mechanic. I really have to use the restroom. I've been sitting here almost 3 hours. I'm drinking I wouldn't call it a lot of water, but a chunk of water. Because, you know, that's how you describe water in chunks. You know how hard this is to single target only from this range? Oh, he has a dot on him. It's been a while since we've had a mess like this. I feel like we were due. Honestly, this strategy is kind of working. The light's stuck. And the plague bearer, they're all stuck right now. These are not the brightest creatures. There's the beautiful plague bearer. Yeah, he sort of breathed on us. Breath of the Dead. That's a totally normal name for that. For some reason, Breath of the Dead just doesn't sound ominous enough for what that ability actually does. Okay, I will be right back. I really have to use the restroom. There's a cat eating. Seems like a wonderful time for a Leroy Jenkins moment. They're doing all this planning. Nathan, you're wondering how the new Warden feels, and it feels like I will need a lot of adjusting to get used to it. But it's a lot faster paced overall, even though certain parts are like slower paced. I think overall it's going to be much faster paced, which is going to be tough to get used to. And there's a lot of new stuff to get used to as well. But I think overall there's a lot of positive. It's just really a lot of adjusting. I think certain parts of the Warden revamp could be easier for a new player to pick up, mainly that all of the gambits in a gambit line have a consistent effect. That's the big thing that would make it easier. But there's a lot of new stuff, like with advanced techniques, with gambit chains, that I think make it a lot more than what there currently is, but that's something I was actually talking about earlier. I'm not sure from the new player perspective how the Warden revamp will be, if it would be easier to learn the update 35 Warden or the pre-revamp. But I think as somebody who already plays the Warden, the new Warden will actually be more difficult, more challenging, because of all that is changing. My preview for the cat cam is so tiny, so I haven't been doing a good job keeping that properly positioned. Oh yeah, he does have the AoE root, the Lore Master. We haven't been using that much. Sounds like I've been missing good world chat. At least it's been cracking Lala Filara up. I feel like I totally butchered that name. Should I just AoE them all and mess up all their plans? Also, I'm wondering how the... Oh wow, the poll has actually changed a lot since I last checked. 3-mans and 6-mans has gone down a bit. Raids have gone up, but solo has gone up as well. None has also gone up. Really just 3-mans and 6-mans has gone down. Is there a board emote? Fine. I was just about ready to pull them all anyway. Oh, he was doing... Okay, he was actually doing stuff. I want to watch. I'm not actually going to attack them as much as I want to. They are all rooted. Do you want me to hit one? Well... One of them's already confused. I'm also lagging right now. Oh, one warrior is getting closer. Trying to get one down, because if we wipe and we get one down, that is one fewer we have to deal with later. Even a little crawler. Oh wow, that hit me for a lot. As long as we can keep the fight going, then we're doing good. Except we're lagging right now. Today really has not been a good day for lag. Okay, I'm going to root him. I probably should have waited to root him, to be honest. and just focus on this warrior for a moment. We have a speedy crawler. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a crawler crawl so fast. Stay in the captain circle while I can. Oh, did his Devour Corpse heal him? I was trying to see what that even did. Hey, we have a different cat here. That means it's getting late and getting close to playtime. And probably not. That is the focus target. Without the corruptions though, they actually do go down kind of fast. It's mine. Okay, I don't want Never Surrender to trigger, but I realize I don't have it up. I don't know how that puddle didn't damage me. I think there's a decent chance we can get through the second boss, but I honestly... Usually I try to be optimistic, but I don't think that luck is too great for the third boss, but it's possible. I think we'd need a lot more DPS. Like, a lot of this stuff we can just outlast. But the last boss probably really used some more damage. Especially if it's still bugged with the lights. I just assume it's a bug because it's a mechanic that would make no sense to me. With the light balls dropping dots, dropping debuffs really. Every few seconds, seemingly randomly. There is still one plague bearer back here, I think. Yep, those are the last one before the boss. I feel like I don't even know what buttons I'm pressing at this point. I'm just on like complete auto lit Warden mode. They surely can't be worse than, I don't know, anything else. Yeah, they do Call of the Dead. I guess that summons whites. Oh no. I think there's like 10 of them. Deal. I wish. I'm out of combat. I forgot that these guys actually summoned whites. Yeah, I'm not in combat. Archer disappeared. Oh, that was easy. We took care of all those whites. I'm not used to playing games for this long. It's kind of weird. Yeah, the urns. I honestly don't remember, like, besides the urns that you have to click, I don't remember too much about this fight. And something we'll eventually find out how it goes, I suppose, but yeah, that'll be interesting. I also am out of Gundabad potions. I'm guessing I have gold enough to perhaps buy any. I just have to remember where they are. Morale, I'll search 131 because I honestly don't know what level they are. I think they're 131. Are there any potions and salves? They wouldn't be like 121, would they? I'll just check 121 though. Are there any? Is there just nothing on the auction house on this server? Okay, there are some. Okay, the hope tokens are 51, but that's not really helpful. Oh yeah, they're right here. 130. I wonder why 121 to 130 didn't turn anything up. Let me try that again. Or was that sometimes the auction house bugs and I know you have to click things twice for it to actually work. Let's see. Yeah. That gives me twice as much morale, which still not particularly... Wait, there's a February newsletter from my kin? Hiddenhoard, February 10th, 8 p.m. server time. The Mithril League will check out the Hiddenhoard raid. That was like 2.5 hours ago. That did not happen as a spoiler. And then later in the month, okay, back to Hiddenhoard. Yeah, that's probably when we'll actually get to it if I had to guess. 2 weeks from now. Ill Omens. Yeah, not doing that. Ill Omens still bad. 127. He sent this like 2 weeks ago. But it's level 121 food. Still appreciate it. That's somebody from the kin, by the way. Wait, Luiloth has to die first? Every group I've won with has killed the dog first. I think it buffs her if the dog dies. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't pay attention, so I'm just gonna wing it with this. That's more fun anyway. I think Jimmy can tank that. He looked pretty sturdy.
You are brave and made us this far. But Sarkborn will not.
Oh, you don't need to make me some of those potion stains in the fire. I haven't, well, I guess I technically do have other stuff to spend my gold on, but, you know, there's, corruption has a few tiers left. I think that's the first time I've seen our minstrel use the fellowship bubble buff thing. I'm not used to seeing that. That's pretty good though. I kind of forgot minstrel could get up to affecting that many people, but I think that's who did it. Was that a... It was uninterruptible, but I don't know beyond that. I get a res. Random interrupt when I was gonna do other, hopefully actually useful stuff. There's a long induction on the dog. Got it. There's Blight. I'm still alive. Urns. Good luck, Glor. Yeah, that blight just about one-shots me. I don't know. I don't know if it's unavoidable. Yeah, yeah, just not sure with Blight. This could be a fight where I could consider going as a tank just for increased survivability, but at the same time, that would probably make it take forever. Because there are so few resources for instances in LOTRO, I'm going to the good old trusty Japanese LOTRO wiki. Oh, to see if it wants to translate for me. Sometimes Chrome will have a pop-up of translate and sometimes it won't. And I don't know what makes it decide it wants to actually like translate stuff and why it doesn't sometimes. Uh-oh. Every time the cats just don't know what to do when one of them's already in that bed. I'll try to put her in my lap. Whoa. Stands in the fire if you don't have use for the mats or the potions, but I'm probably set unless they like if they add a new potion, then in update 35 or whatever, when they go to Gondor. I don't see them doing that, but if they did some change with the crafting revamp, that would be one of my concerns with that, because I just don't think I would go through that many in that amount of time. But if you want to send some, I would not turn them away. Okay, this is going to be Pursuing Shadow. We should probably stack together so the puddles are like in one spot. I don't think Blight, the one that does 1,000,000 damage, is. I can't see the dog's inductions, if it's doing any. Little lag. There's Blight. Oh wow, that actually did not one-shot this lower health Hulk. Seems to have done less damage somehow. There you go. Dog's inducting. My interrupt didn't work. I don't know why. There seems to be a bug with the dog's induction. Light again. Oh, apparently I got reflected. That's fun. I believe you have to walk. It's not like in the same room, but it's no trash fights in between. That run was actually better, I feel like. Like, I feel like that was a lot better. Oh, you know, I was going to mention that the only resource I could find on this instance was actually the Japanese wiki. I put it in a Discord there. We have one person in our group that can read Japanese, and when, even compared to translate, that would be better. But I have no idea how big the Japanese community is in LOTRO, but the Japanese LOTRO wiki is like very high quality and has a lot of great information on at least instances. I honestly haven't looked at it for much else of like anything, but they have, yeah, great. just general information on the instances. Oh, could we run away from it? There we go. We found out a Japanese wiki to the rescue. It sounds like you can actually be far enough away from blight that you won't get hit from it. That's what all the groups I've played with, given that's been tier 2 at most, but that's what they've all done. While we're just sitting here waiting, y'all can join in on me in watching the cat. She's kind of being small and hiding though. I need like a hair up here. I have the shield mark because people were supposed to stand on me earlier for some like distributed damage things. And it's probably useful in this fight since we should stack up anyway, it seems like. Plus I can pretend to be a tank with a shield above my head. There you go. That's a better view of the cat. Trying to interrupt her attempt to sleep. You need to run Doom at level cap for cloak. I don't know if 132 tier 3 is enough, to be honest. I have not run that below 140. Yeah. It might have a long enough induction we can run away. Blight. Oh, we're still in the cat. We haven't actually started anything in game, but we're about to start. I might actually, this is kind of rare, but I might actually stand for a moment again. Usually when I sit, I'm kind of done standing for the evening, but I want to stretch my stomach a little bit. There's a cat. Okay, I need cat out of the way. She can sit behind keyboard. Oh, I cannot see. I had the cat go behind the keyboard and she listened, but I cannot see my ability bar. Which isn't terrible, but it's nice to see. It almost reminds me like... I am bad time grabbing cat issues, sorry. Okay, I can see again. It's like I don't think I actually would need to look at my ability bar to play, but I'm so used to seeing it that I somehow not seeing it, I just forgot what buttons to do what. Because it's not like I have to actually think about it. Think about, say, I see control 1 as like what it is, but... Pursuing shadows. This is kind of a mess, to be honest. We did a little bit better when we didn't try to avoid blight, and also when I didn't. How did my phone go? Oh, because I had to move the cat thingy. Cat cam. Cat cam stand? Sure, we can call it that. I moved my phone closer to my elbow, so that's been bothering me. The whole cat distraction. And we've just been sitting here so long that I'm like, I forgot how to play again. I also really don't like combat tab being up. That's too much. I'm still not far enough away. And for me, even when I've been far away, it like has still hit me. It might be a not far enough. This hasn't gone well. But this has been our worst attempt at this yet, I think. Do y'all see the cat? Maybe the corner of her. They do a pretty good job jumping. These cats honestly don't make mistakes with jumping or estimating their jumps. Ugh. I feel like trying to be close, besides the little bit of chaos that I caused early on, trying to be close and then trying to run away and us getting like completely scattered with that and the such, it's just been a tad bit rough. With that attempt. Yeah. I think that sounds like that could work too. If we want, I could stay ranged, and y'all can range can still stack on me. Yeah, we can do that, but just another thing potentially is I have enough health to survive Blight, but not necessarily Blight plus other stuff. Only we all had over 1 million morale. We could just like let Blight hit us. What are you doing? Oh, why are we starting to fight now? Oh, am I staying ranged? Dude, I completely forgot what I was doing this fight. Puddles. Glor, could you come back here with us? I either have dog aggro or he's just bleeding me. Or prey. Oh, neat. Well, yeah, I was gonna say for us back here, it worked. Dog has induction. Puddles. We were a bit spread out with those puddles. Yeah, over 1 million more hourly is crazy. I remember even getting 500k. I think that was with Gunabad. I thought that was crazy. I know I'm kind of spamming the same abilities over and over, but when I'm just sitting here from range, there's not much. For the ranged folk, could you all move over here with us on the other side of the puddles? Okay, they're probably gonna get hit by that. Puddle's about to drop. That should be one piece of loot, right? It's one boss. I guess I am really close. The 20 meters actually works though. Oh, no, not induction. Ooh. Well, she's about to get a DPS boost. Puddles. Hope you like conviction only heals. Guess not. I got one heal on him with conviction. Should I be lazy and let them res me? I should. Ooh, delving time. Hopefully you enjoy your delvings run, Corco. So you bug this on solos? The dog died so quick she never actually went into aggro? That's crazy. I bugged the last boss fight on my Beorning. It was kind of funny, the contrast between solo and group version in this. Okay, sounds like we are dropping out because we have been at this for like 3 hours. I think that was overall pretty fun. I don't know if I necessarily want to return here. Want to, yeah, return to this place anytime soon, but this was some fun messing around in Sarkborn. I'm fine either way, but the later it gets, the worse I'm gonna play, to be honest. Okay, sounds like we are going to not try to continue. Well, thanks, it was fun to be back. Good night. Alright, anything else I want to do on this character? I don't think there is. So I might... See, the thing is, I would think that... Or I would not think, but... If I think about running a delving... I just don't want to run a delving. I don't have any interest in that. Even if somebody else in the group like still wants to play and wants to do a delving, I just don't have interest in that. It sounds like they're all completely dropping out anyway. So maybe, kind of similar to a delving, I can check if Warden can run any more missions just for something to do to not end on defeat like that. Again, with Warden, I feel like getting him set up in a good spot for when the Warden revamp actually comes live will be good for me. Well, good for the character. Once we finally log out. I guess the cats got tired of their bed. No, there's probably a bug over there. Though just the way the cat is laying on the rug, I don't think you all could see, but what, I gotta go this way. The way the cat is laying on the rug, it looked like there was a bug, but maybe not. And we're back though. Cinder Prime, I don't believe I said hello, so hello. I forgot about my brawler. I do have a level 105, maybe even 106 now, brawler on Arkenstone, but I don't know with a brawler. It's not my type of class fantasy, and yeah, that's pretty much where it ends for me with a brawler. I just don't have that much interest in the class as a whole, kind of generally. Oh yeah, I ran out of missions here, so we have not been to Keranos. I'd actually have to do some travel, which I'm not necessarily opposed to right now.
What can I do for you?
So I believe Hearn will get us closer to start. Honestly, I have mythical coins. Excuse the hiccup. I have mythical coins, I can spin mythical coins, and wait, is there? I don't actually think there's missions in Keranos, so never mind. The Tharbad missions. How about Skurlock Farm? I don't know if I've done any of those missions. So we'll see what that place has to offer. I don't even think I've been here in the game. Wow, this actually looks like the first place that this makes me think of, compared to a place that's in game, is Wells of Langflood. Would Mist Hollow be the name of that portion of the zone? The southern portion of the zone, Limlock, that's the Floodfells. Mist Hollow is the north, Floodfells is the south. But Limlock. This place just reminds me of Limlock. Also accidentally got on my mount. Oh, there's one whole mission here. Alright then. This better be a good one to end it on. So 4 whites and Gauntlord. That sounds like my type of mission. It's a warrior. This is actually a little bit of a neat white hill. It's like Barrow Downs hills on steroids. They're like, yeah. Oh, Stands in the Fire, you thought Limlock as well? Yeah, but I guess by the time you got to starting to type that out, I already found it on the map to remember the name. But it's actually interesting that I guess I'm not the only one that thought that it looked kind of like that, or at least it reminded me of that. I suppose they're both man-style housing, and Limlock's a relatively new area in the game, so they're doing their newer design techniques with landscape, building structures, etc. that are there. So it kind of makes sense, even though it's something that might seem really weird at first, like it did to me. Yeah, I used to find myself, it's weird, but I used to find myself somewhat frequently in Limlock. And it was just a pretty place. I know it was a great area for me to get screenshots on like Louisden back when I played him more. Oh, I need 14 whites. I thought that said 4 whites. Oh, wow. Okay, we actually do have to run around this place quite a bit. If I had known that, I could have gone through this faster, I think. But, yeah, now I just have to run around a little bit more. I don't know if that dot is strong enough to kill him. Okay, with 80 damage, that should be. These guys are just so far away from each other. I also don't know if I will need to pull every single one. With 14, I'm almost feeling like it, so I'm going to make sure I pull this archer. Oh, I can't resist that AoE, since they're all stacked up there. Okay, so 5 more. I'm guessing there are some on the southwestern end of this place that I missed. Where is this on the map? Do not see my character. I guess they don't show... Oh, yeah, they do. Oh, I'm actually here. This one's just the east of Andrath. And I got this from all the way over here. Alright, then. Still a neat area. I don't think I ever explored this area in my exploration videos of this place. Okay, there is actually... one more, it appears. I think I need 2 more, and I see targeting one already, and then 1 more up here. And I do believe we have to get every barrow mound. I wonder on the landscape if there's a way inside these barrows, and there's a cave system. That would be a lot for this little area. Seemingly little area, just because the zone as a whole is pretty huge. I guess I actually have to find the scout. Is the scout at the entrance or at the top? I'm thinking the top. Because that's where the Gauntlord was? No? Bottom? I really hope they're not on the back end. Because that one wouldn't make much sense. Okay, they are at the bottom. And yeah, that did seem to be every mob in the... I was about to say skirmish, but every mob in the mission. I'm getting a little bit of a second wind, to be honest. I don't know if it's just being out of that thing that we were running for almost 3 hours. But yeah, I'm actually up to I feel like I've done so many missions at this point, I might as well try to complete the set, complete the collection, and I'll just go everywhere on this character. It's going to cost me some mithril coins, but with me having 545 mithril coins now, this is why I have mithril coins. I still hate spending them, but this is why I have them. Even though I actually like traveling, and that would take a while. I gotta save some of the traveling and exploration for when I properly level through this area. Which again, I'm hoping that will go more so as planned when I get to the captain. Okay, I don't believe that there will be any missions here, but I actually do want to check out what is here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. I am curious though.
What would you ask of the Dunedain?
I doubt I have gotten much reputation, because I don't think the missions give you reputation, unfortunately. I have gotten, oh, from the instance. I think I ran Sarkborn solo version on this character, so that's why I have some of these. I don't know how feasible it would be to try to get the muster skill from running the instance alone. I don't even see my standing here. Maybe the instance alone doesn't even give you reputation. That would not be good if that's the case. Yeah, I really do hoard my mithril coins as well. That's why I always have to remind myself they're there to spend. They're not necessarily there to hoard. Yeah, might need them someday. It costs a whole lot of mithril coins to get the third trait spec thing set. Configuration. And for, I think, a decent chunk of classes, it can be worth it. I used to think Minstrel. I used to think Warden. Technically, the Warden, I think it still could be. You could do a more ranged-oriented and a more melee-oriented. Like, maybe a better way to phrase it. I could actually see 4 Warden builds that I might want to run semi-regularly. A solo blue build, a group blue build, a group DPS build, just general DPS, and then a solo DPS build that I anticipate would be a little bit more range focused. Does this place not have missions either? Okay, I should actually check the map where I'm going, because this is not being good. Oh yeah, I have not been here, but there's a delving reward vendor, so that would make me think that there are missions here. This is one of the other locations that I have not ventured out to yet. Again, the intention was to actually find this stuff out when I leveled. I did want to save some of the exploration and not completely spoil, like, just the landscape or what's where in this zone before leveling, but did not get to doing the leveling here, so we'll look. This is also very random, but it's the type of thing I think about when I'm running through the fields of Cardalin when it's night out. And I'm wondering what NPCs will be here.
What do you need?
Apparently this is a missions guy, but he has no missions today. I also don't have acquaintance standing with the Dunedain of Cardalin. You need acquaintance standing for that as well, even if you barter the not skirmish missions one. I don't like that. But anyway, oh, this character can't get gear, but I am curious, if I were level 40, what boots could I get? Wow, those would be a huge upgrade. Mainly because I just, like, don't have anything. Even the armband's not terrible. But yeah, the thought I had was that I have a really exciting video that I am planning specifically in a little bit over a month and a half. And that is probably all I'm ever going to say about it. So anybody that happens to be watching this today and watching this part of the stream, you can get excited about that. Mainly, the main reason I even bring it up is because it was today that I first thought of the video. Okay, what was I doing? I need to go Tharbad, Kleeger, Longaren. Yeah, those three places. That's Tenuter. Alright. I think I'll just go back to the Stable Master. Is the plan. Probably could have already been there if I didn't take so long to think about how I was going to get back to where I want to go. So yeah, I don't know if there's actually a way you can tell which days there is a mission here before, like, already knowing the rotation, I mean. But it's another place to check. Unless there's just a random missions person and a random delvings person there, but that doesn't seem too likely. Found it.
Hello there.
Alright, Tharbad, that's the last one. And Cardillon. At least this character will have all the Cardillon stable masters, I guess. I don't know what use that will be for me, at least the ones that don't have... I gotta stop thinking skirmishes. The ones that don't have missions. Oh, hey. We got... I am now known to the Dunedain of Cardillon. That is actually really funny. I did not realize it would be that easy. Also, that's a Delvings guy.
What do you need?
And now I can get Muster at Andrath. And honestly, for this character, I just don't think there's anything else. Cozy Tabby Cat could be good, but this character already has a pet, and you can only have one pet out in LOTRO. I really think if they wanted to monetize something that would probably be fairly successful is in the LOTRO store, or even for real money, maybe as like a perk for expansions, like high tier expansions, and maybe also expensive in the LOTRO store, and maybe like you get one of these as VIP, is if you could have multiple cosmetic pets out at once. I think that would be a big sell for them.
Could I speak with you a moment?
There might have to be a limit. I don't know if like 5. But I could see that getting a little bit too crazy. Alright, this mission is actually very quick and easy. I don't know if that will hold up for the gear... Wow. For the gearless Warden. I don't know if it's a good sign that I have trouble getting noticed by these spirits, so maybe they won't like do too much to me. Or if it's a bad sign. I should not try to do damage on these guys. My entire goal should be to heal and let deflection do the work. Or defiant challenge. Like with how little health I have because I don't have gear, the heals are so relatively strong. But yeah, that's the mission. One of the quicker ones in...
What can I do for you?
Well, in the...
What can I do?
before the shadow set.
Might I take a moment of your time?
So for pets, getting the Cozy Tabby Cat, is that what it was? It is an appealing one, but again, this character he already has his. Okay, this is actually very bad. Did I use a heal yet? I did not. I did not pull every mob. Okay, so I still have a couple of these spirits in the back, but I think if I hit one more restoration, that should go a long way towards helping me. And I can use Defiant Challenge, and that should pretty much be auto victory at this point, hopefully. This one's also relatively short, but you get to kill more mobs, so you get more XP. The goals between a leveling character and a level cap one doing delvings are like completely the opposite. I would want to kill as few mobs as possible in a delving. Wow. I remember there being a chain of these, but I did not remember there were this many in this set of missions with Tharbad. I don't remember if I completed this one, so I know I completed the previous two, but a little bit ominous. Can't do that in combat. There's an elite here. That's neat. Can a warden with no gear ignore the pocket? Wait, I have whatever that is. What's that one? Mighty blow. 75 damage. That's not really impressive. Can do that in combat. Great. I'm guessing the whole point was that you cannot douse this until you complete. I guess there's just gonna be a bit of a gauntlet of enemies. Oh, I actually did pop out of combat briefly. Also, this port is really in my way. Still don't have Spirit Virtue though. Oh no. Okay, I think we're good. Hey, the prince is back. This is a pretty neat skirmish, I will say, but if I am going to be completely honest with it, it's probably wouldn't be the most interesting one to repeat. Also, we're running into the power issues that this character has now, which really does not help with long fights. While I think these longer fights are probably the most interesting overall for this character and the like no gear challenge. This is exactly the issues I've been running into with power, making it not fun, not as fun. But yeah, that was a perfectly fine mission, I think, to do once. The previous two are also very quick, so they're great for that. Okay, this character would really like some Virtue XP, to be honest, and I think overall that's just the most rewarding one.
What can I do for you?
Sticking with the reward track, so missions, you unlock those at level 20, and you can get legendary items loot from the missions, or reward from the quest, but you can't get progress on the reward track on a character below, I think it's level 50. Well, level 45 is when you access it, but quest level 50 and above are reward track XP, LI XP. I think that number is changed in update 35, at least the beta is 51 in the current state of the game, I believe. But really what I'm getting to is it just reminds me how, like, one of the reasons, this is just a contributing factor, it's by no means the only reason or whatever, but a contributing reason to me not playing Before the Shadow that I don't remember mentioning in the video is that low-level characters actually don't get reward track XP. And I kind of haven't paid attention to that and forgot about it. But it's something I'm like now reminded of with Warden. And it just makes me feel not really bad, but it makes me feel a little bit bad about playing this character and not somebody that can earn reward track XP. But with me not doing all too much endgame content and not caring too much about it at this current point, despite the first 3 hours of the stream, I really don't care right now.
Stay a moment.
And for me, just being excited to actually play some of these low-level characters, including Warden, and eventually, when Update 35 comes out, despite it being a endgame-focused update, leveling a new captain. It's current plan. I'll definitely run the new instances, so please don't get me wrong on that, but the bigger interest I have is in, I think right now, the revamps to the Warden and Captain. I think moving forward, even like besides that, the Warden and Captain revamp are the easy things for me to point to. But I think for the long term of the game, the Mastery revamp will be pretty beneficial, and the Power revamp I think has potential, but there are still concerns. This mission, from what I remember, is probably the least fun Before the Shadows one. It's not a bad one to do once, but if I had to pit all of the Before the Shadows missions that I have run together, this is one of the less fun ones, at least. Just because you have to do a lot of work with the black powder. Again, as a repeat thing, I already repeat myself enough, but to repeat myself with repeats, it's not bad to run once again. Or even every once in a while. It's just if I'm thinking about the ideal mission, this is not the type of ideal mission. The good thing though with Before the Shadow, as I've talked about, I think it tends to have better missions, and overall I think the best missions of any of the mission sets they have done is these few that are more annoying to do. They stand out a lot more because there are only a few of them, I think. Compared to Gundabad, I feel like pretty much all the Gundabad missions are not the greatest. The Wild ones just stand out as being very long to complete, even though they're not necessarily really bad. They just take a long time to complete, which I think is not great. They were actually fun to do on my Hunter, but again, that was, I didn't run them and repeat them a whole ton. Here's what I'm up to. I might actually play 20 minutes longer today. I got myself really excited before the stream started when I had the idea to do the video on this character. It'll be a different style, at least the way I'm envisioning this video, that I have done basically nothing on besides just thought of the idea before I started the stream. It will be different than a lot of my other videos, but I'm really hoping people will like it. And as much as I might want to immediately work on this video tomorrow, what do I have to do tomorrow? Okay, I don't really have to do much of anything. I think there are 3 towers up here. Perfect. Let's go ahead and get the one on the right. Hello, lousy monk. Nice to see people are still joining the stream, even though I've already been going almost 4 hours and it's really late. At least to me, it's really late. I know for some people this would still be considered early in the evening. But yeah, well, I could just like stop all my other projects and work on this particular video tomorrow. I think that I have other higher priority videos to make sure I actually get finished. I also want to do some general housework. Is that what it would be called? I can't think of the term. Maybe that's okay. But like laundry tomorrow. Probably wash my sheets with that as well. I noticed a lot of my white fabrics are getting discolored. Mainly like cleaning stuff. But I might do a bleach wash on those. What other things like that was I thinking of doing? Oh yeah, like vacuuming, mopping, which doesn't necessarily take long, but... Oh wait, I have to travel to another one. For some reason I was thinking that was the last mission I had, and that might be because I just accepted all of them at once and all the such. I've also run these missions a lot, so... I feel like they're not the most interesting just because I have run these a lot. I also have not run into these brigands on my leveling experience on the Runekeeper that I remember. Have I? I don't think I have. Where do you get quests for this camp? This is almost the type of camp that I just feel like is missing, or was missing from my early Before the Shadows experience on that Runekeeper. And I just realized this is a Lawn Garen, which I know I have not gotten to Lawn Garen yet. I've been stuck kind of in this little... We'll exclude this little circle. So minus this circle, I've been stuck in kind of this area on the Runekeeper. And there has been one real enemy camp. I feel like that's been... Like, as far as content goes, what has been missing? I feel like my video focused on what was there. But what has been missing is just camps like that. For example, if I compare even the human race of man, Brayland starter area, Archit, Blackwald's Roost, and in particular when you get to Combe, Chetwood, good enemy camps there. That's probably the biggest one, but there's a lot there in Chetwood. There hasn't been anything comparable to that. The Shire, yeah, that's just totally different. There's like no comparison with the Shire, to be honest. Whether you think that's a good or bad thing, I don't know with the dwarf area. But for the elves, you go to Ninhillith, which has wolves. You have Lumiel's Vineyard, which has goblins. You have Dol Ringwest, which has goblins. You have Keladol, which has dour hands. And there's a little bit of other stuff outside of these, but it has that really fun to me. Go to enemy camps. Do some bad stuff to the enemies there. Steal some of their stuff. It might be like stealing back, taking back, but you take some of their stuff. You kill some of them, and then you return a hero. And I just haven't felt anything like that in Before the Shadow questing that I have done. Speaking of Before the Shadow feeling like it missed that stuff, I think my video on that really missed a comparison to Ear of the Wind. I should have included a section like that in that video. So as much as I can like be critical about LOTRO with something like that, I can very easily be critical of my own videos, even with something actually kind of similar. Oh yes, chores. Wait, in real life chores? Oh, I might have missed. I might have missed what the chores were referring to, but that is indeed what I'm planning on doing tomorrow. Real life chores. Which does sometimes match questing in LOTRO. And sometimes, you know, it can be good, but sometimes it's just not for me. I think one of the things I'm also going to miss in the Warden revamp is with the few gambits that I have used, I had a full row of debuffs on that guy. That's not going to be happening in the Warden revamp. Okay, last I remember there are 2 plans up here. I might be thinking of something else though. Isn't there plans at the first camp? Aren't there plans? That would be better because it's plural. Technically the item is plans. It's a single item of plans. Okay, you get sent to the Brigand camp from Klager. Has you to find her book at the raiding spot. I honestly don't remember that. I did all of the quests in Klager though. Oh, I need to defeat one more brigand. I was like, why is this quest not advancing? I really think the Warden revamp will improve this character though. Like, I was just thinking, all the upfront damage that something like Desolation does, like, most of my damage is in upfront, which is very much so contrast. Well, it very much so contrasts what we know of the Warden that actually has weapons that are higher than level 1 and gear. Again, ignore that pocket item. Pretend my laundry quest is worth a certain amount of XP and I'll be leveling up.
Greetings.
That would be a lot of work,
What do you need?
but I think it could be a really fun project to see how much I would level up in a month. And maybe how much more I would get done. That sounds like a lot of work though. But maybe completing the project could be worth like... The project itself, completing it is worth like 10 levels. And this, the last mission, we really did save the best for last because here I can just run in and kill things and then leave. So I have to keep restoration up. I think that's going to be one of the big things. And just hit with my dots while I can, and also use Defiant Challenge when it's off cooldown. I think those are my strategies for this. And I really do have to plan out my fights kind of like that just because of how squishy this character is. And like a normal Warden, you could use Brink of Victory and these mobs would die and you wouldn't even have to really think about it. But Warden ain't no normal Warden. Probably be better in range stance. I really don't need to hit everything with Brink of Victory. Okay. I would, maybe when I do my captain, I don't know if I'll look back with my Runekeeper, but maybe when I do my captain, I'll try to pay attention and see if I remember that. But I don't think I've gone there on my Runekeeper, and I've done... As far as I know, everything in Klager. I think I was getting close to the point where I was fine. I'm running out of power. I'll just use a power potion. Those are easy to come by if I really need it. Come on, 11 health. We can do it. Take like 5 auto attacks, but yeah. Okay, so I think I have one more place to check for missions after I turn this one in. Also, I did get level 38, so that's exciting. This character will pretty much be set, I think, for Misty Mountains whenever I feel like playing him again. And honestly, I'm having a lot of fun, so I kind of want to play him again. Like next time I play LOTRO.
What have we to say to each other, devotee?
I think that is the only place with missions, right? Yeah, Kleeger. Oh, Kleeger! I might actually still have quests in Kleeger. I was thinking Mossword, but it is possible that I still have some in Kleeger. There are just so many quests that had me running around so many different places that I didn't really keep complete track of it. I'm really confused because I saw my kin leader's name come up in roll chat, but it's not making any sense.
How do you do?
I don't think it would be raining, but it almost sounds like it is. Yeah, it's not. Oh, woke the cat up with those noises. Oh, wrong camera. There's a cat. I don't know if the microphone is picking up her meowing, but usually when she does that, she goes to get food. I don't know. You can go get food. I don't know what she's doing, but we can see what missions we have here. Terrible Turtle Trouble. I remember this mission. It is kind of terrible as the delving. Not in a bad way, but we'll see how it goes for Warden. Also, since we are pretty much at the end of the stream, I'll go ahead and wrap up the poll. But we ultimately had about 30 people saying for endgame content that they enjoyed solo. 3-mans and 6-mans dropped a bit from the early voting to 27%. And no endgame was about a fifth of people at 19%. And then raids did end up being the fewest. So of course for me, I do enjoy endgame content. It'd probably be a mix of solo 3-man and 6-mans, as well as duo. But it did seem like a good chunk of people liked raids. Oh yeah, Ironback is an elite. Well, as long as I don't run out of power, that should be a decent fight. I am getting thrown around a lot though. I actually would be high enough level to do some decently viable spear sweeping. I'm kind of doubting that would do any good damage without good weapons, but something to think about. I don't think I get in long enough fights where it'd actually really be effective either. That's mainly a very long fights type thing, and typically that would be in group content that it's actually worth spear sweeping. And of course that will all go away in update 35 anyway. Oh yeah, scout. I always forget about the scouts. Okay, I'm guessing this scout is around the location of Ironback. Is that what it was called?
What do you need?
And there we are. As far as I know, I just did every mission available for today in Before the Shadow, Swanfleet, and Cardalin. So that was actually a pretty fun adventure. I don't think I've ever had a day where I've done all of them because I've always been running the delvings, which of course take a lot longer to run. Also, I have no idea what the dwarf racial traits are, so yeah, let's equip that one. Virtue XP wise, I really could use some loyalty, and I know Virtue XP weakens and the such, but I want inventory space even more. So there we go, we got loyalty up, wit up a little bit, and valor. That is this character's main source of stats, so getting virtues up is very helpful. This character is not quite, like, sure, he's no gear, no upgraded weapons, level 1 weapons. Can't quite say no weapons, because I technically have weapons equipped. But he is allowed to have virtues. Maybe in the future, if this challenge is too easy, we can do no virtues, no class traits, just no traits. Misty. I had a cat named Misty once. The cat's still alive, but it is no longer mine. It is my brother's cat. I should say it wasn't like solely mine, but we had it together. Anyway. I think it's time to wrap up the stream. As far as future for this character, again, I'm still thinking Misty Mountains and eventually Goblin Town is the big thing. I anticipate that I won't get to Goblin Town until the Warden revamp. I think that would be a fun place to start the Warden revamp, but we still have to get to the Warden revamp, still have to get to update 35, and still have to get to Goblin Town. That's more so what I was trying to say. So when we get to... yeah, so I still can play this character, like I of course can play him, but I still plan to play this character before update 35. And I also, just as far as general things go, I still do have that project with that free-to-play account that probably will be not very frequent, especially after update 35 comes out, but potentially could play that character again in the coming weeks. Also, still have a lot of update 35 beta content planned. I'm waiting for some videos to have like the actual full update out and not just be like beta, because I find it better to wait until the full release. But we'll probably have a video on the Warden. I anticipate that being on Sunday because YouTube doesn't like it when you upload a video the day after a stream. At least in my experience. So the current plan is a Warden video on Sunday. And then I don't know beyond that, but I have a minstrel video coming up at some point, and when the beta comes up again, I'll probably record Captain video that's similar to the Warden one that will come up, and other stuff. I don't know, I'm kind of rambling at this point, but that's general stuff that I expect to be coming up. And as far as this stream goes, I had a lot of fun messing around in Sarkvorn, and had fun, kind of unplanned, but had fun leveling Norden up a little bit. And I hope you all enjoyed all the content today, and if you did, please consider liking and subscribing for more, or becoming a channel member to support the content and the cat. And thanks for joining, chatting, and watching, everyone.